Hello everyone, a happy Sunday. I'm gonna fire up this game. Actually, I'm gonna be a little careful with my volume levels first. Then I'm gonna fire up this game. There we go. So I hope everyone's had a good week. That drone, it's taunting me. I want drones, but we won't get those for a while. The cold has set in here. I've got some warm tea here ready to go. We've kind of moved very suddenly from the summer stuffiness to the winter chill. We still haven't found any lizard doggos yet. Mostly, I guess we're just not quite in the right biomes to find them yet. Who knows, maybe we'll find something today. I don't plan on necessarily doing a lot of exploring today, though. It's mostly going to be connecting up the stuff that we already have, because we have so much to do. To the point that I'm going to load this in and we can review what is up next. Oh yes, so here... Alright, well here's where we took our picture from last time, and you know what? I'm going to keep this ramp here so that I can take photographs from this same spot in the future. I think I'd like to be able to do that. So I'm just going to keep this here. So one of the first interesting things that I want to do today is you've no doubt noticed that our outline for rubber and plastic, such as it is, goes into bins on the far side there. That's not actually what I want. What I want is to run those things in the opposite direction back out this side, because I'm going to be adding more machines to this line as we expand, and I don't want to have to keep redoing the conveyor belt every time I do that. So the first thing we need to do is run that stuff in the opposite direction. The other thing to be cognizant of is that eventually we're going to have access to fuel power plants, which means we won't have to do this petroleum coke thing anymore. We'll be able to refine our old oil stuff into fuel and use it in fuel plants, which produce more power. So we'll just keep that in mind for later. Look at all that green out that way. These are areas that are all good for driving on. That is interesting. And once we actually have fuel power, if we want to use vehicles, we might actually be in a better position to do so. We've got copper over there, too. That's very interesting. Oh, and limestone here. Amazing. I maybe didn't have to go on that long hike earlier. So that's the first order of business for today. I'll give it till 2 to get started properly. Can I fly all the way over here to this tower? Whee! That's great. Oh, look at that. The two ladders kind of connect to each other. That's cool. So yeah, first order of business here is, whoops, first is to not fall off the refinery. Careful. So yeah, first thing I want to do is run these belts off to the left as we're looking, rather than to the right. Because if I run them off this way, I'm going to have to keep extending... I'm going to have to keep retooling the line every time I add a machine, and I don't want to do that. So that actually needs to be step one. So let's go ahead and do that. Pipes don't care so much. They'll flow whichever direction they need to, but the belts you gotta watch out for. So these guys can back up a little bit. I don't have to care too much. Plastic on top, rubber on the bottom. Good, good. Two stack there. Two stack there. We're gonna need it. Nope. Okay, now we're gonna need, for now, boxes. Let's just go ahead and put them here. Okay, just collecting those in a new place. And we'll pick up all this. Hi, Andre. Well, I did place a limit on how many rounds you can queue up, so I don't spend the entire stream doing that, even if people want to spend all their points on it, or as many as Twitch will let them. There's a lot to do today, though. Let's see. This is... That's a little angled. That's fine. Yeah, I kind of saw that shenanigan coming. Okay, but this is the first thing I wanted to do, which was reroute the conveyor belts. How much plastic do I have on me? I have more than enough to turn in for this milestone. So we should probably run back and do that. Because the next thing that I'm going to do... Okay, the next thing that I'm going to do requires rubber as one of its inputs, which means it's time to figure out how we're going to get this rubber back to our main base. Where is my explorer? It's over here. The thing is, this area is actually pretty vehicle friendly. We could make use of our tractor or a truck here. This mountain pass is hard to drive through. I wonder if there's a better one we can use. This is marginally better. This goes up the hill. That's a little narrow. It's interesting. They've given us a whole bunch of little choices here. Oh, look, there's a slug. Is that a cracked boulder? Oh, it's in a boulder. Okay, we're gonna need an explosive to get at that. Never mind then. What's up here? I'm mostly just seeing kind of what options we have for paths to get back to our main area. Why is there a big spitter there? This is a zone. Okay, this is a little rocky, but... Okay, probably we could use one of those other passes for it. But I'll count us as at least having an option for vehicles. Yeah, actually, this isn't terrible. It's the dunes, really, that are the biggest problem. Maybe I'll actually consider it. On the other hand, it's not all that long for a conveyor belt either. Let's go for fluid packaging. You want 1,000 copper sheets. Very well. That's not difficult. Trying to land on the ladder and be all cool about it, but I guess not. 2, 3, 4, 5. There we go. Fluid packaging!
Milestone reached. Avoid the embarrassment of placing liquids in your pockets only for them to spread across your suit. Package and unpackage them with the packager. Packaging fluids allows them to be transported in your inventory, on conveyor belts, and by vehicles. For increased, non-pocket related fluid storage, you can now use the industrial fluid buffer.
Alright, what's next? I would really like petroleum power, so let's queue this up. Won't be able to throw stuff into it yet, but we'll wait for the pod to come back. Not too long. Okay, step one is... Next thing we're doing is I want to make modular engines. And for that, we're gonna need... motors, smart plating, and rubber, which means we need to get rubber all the way over here. motors are being made over here. I want to move that box over. Yeah, they've got a whole station up there, and they add to it every time we send one of the big project shipments off. This can be a regular splitter. I don't have to carry all these motors. Okay, but we're going to need a manufactory somewhere over here that also takes in smart plating and rubber. Oh! I made a new emote for the channel, which I think you may like, Andre. Maybe you and others will find it useful. Showing it off in chat there. Okay, here's our floor. And am I building over anything interesting? Doesn't look like it. There's nothing noteworthy down here. Eh. Okay, so let's put a manufactory out here. I need more modular frames. Okay. I do not have a giant surplus of those, it looks like. I'm using them for all kinds of things. Let's see, manufacturers. These things are kind of huge. You need motors, smart plating, and rubber. So let's line up motors here. These need to make modular engines. Next thing they need is smart plating, and I stopped making smart plating because we didn't need it for anything for a while. So now it's time to start that up again. Which means it's time to find where I put them. There's the smart plating. And that's just getting sent off to the space elevator. We don't need that anymore. So let's clear that out. Not that what follows is likely to be any tidier. Okay, and we have the last bits of it that got produced after we stopped needing them. Don't need that anymore. I feel like La 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 is not quite as iconic as but I guess we shall see. Alright, I need to figure out where I want this belt to go. Now I have an entire potential basement space to work with. Yeah. How tall is a wall? Okay, this is a weird offset, but we'll make this work. Where are my printable tickets? I think it's time to start buying some more portable holes. Just the one. We'll add to it in a moment. $29 printable coupons. Sure, please print them. Thank you. Okay. Organization, signs, lighting, management. Okay, where are... Oh, let's get... what I want are conveyor walls. Add that to the cart. And while we're there, let's add pipeline floor holes. And wall attachments. Yeah. Okay. This is some cool stuff. Okay, so here, let's put in instead of a regular wall, a conveyor wall. And we'll run this conveyor belt into the hole in the wall, and that'll make it a little nicer to now have this be a path that runs through the basement, as it were. Is my keyboard complaining about something? I guess it is. Give me a sec. This new wireless keyboard is supposed to last a little longer than this, but I'm still getting used to it. There we go. Okay, so now... speed this up. Alright, let's add floor hole. Well, I think they go to the trouble to give us holes in the walls and such just because it looks slick. You can make really good looking factories when you actually put effort into doing so. For example, we'll put that there. Oh, is that actually connected? If that's actually... that's actually interesting. Let's take a look at that from down below. Actually, I'm going to do a couple things. Just so that I know for certain which belt is which, I'm going to make sure this one telegraphs itself by actually sending out smart plating. And let's reconnect its supply of reinforced iron plates. Which it's got plenty of. At least for now. So that'll start churning them out. And now the smart plating's down here. I think that's our floor hole over there. People take great pride in creating beautiful factories. And I may do so at some point, I just haven't taken the time yet. Though part of it is just a sense of personal style. I like it, I might like it to look nice, but I definitely also like it to be outdoors still. I don't like enclosed indoor factories. I like to be able to see from outside and from a distance everything that's going on. Okay, so this should start getting smart plating in. Let's go ahead and connect this up to power. Going to accept the smart plating. Smart plating has a little ways to travel. Yes. Okay, so now it just needs rubber, and for that, we've got to bring that in from elsewhere. Specifically, all the way across both the Rocky Canyon and then the rest of the way across these dunes. This is still less distance than I ran a conveyor from my last oil area. Here are all the mountain passes that would let us in. It's fairly flat to get this far, to be honest. Especially since we're about to have access to fuel. Which means it'll be a lot easier to fuel vehicles properly forever. Let's plan on setting that up. We're gonna need 100 encased industrial beams. That's easy enough. 100 motors is a little tougher. We just spent a bunch of motors on something else. And we just devoted a whole bunch to a new project. But since the manufacturer isn't actually working yet, we can go ahead and steal them. Still working on those. Okay, well, in that case... Oh, fine. I'm gonna get rid of this truck station. Let's rebuild it somewhere else. Get rid of the truck station and whatever nonsense was leading up to it. Ah. Okay. And let's put it over here. Let's find what's the place where we could easily add a truck stop here. We can come this far without having to go through too many dunes. Where's our tractor? Or we can probably build a truck at this point. Yeah, these would be better anyway. We need encased industrial beams. We're also gonna need some fuel. By which I mean solid biomass. Not literal fuel, because that's gonna be its own thing now. Let's grab a couple stacks of this. Kind of carrying a lot at the moment. Let's head up here. The space elevator is kind of a thing unto itself, but let's put the truck stop down here. And we can use walls to reinforce our grid. Because I, as much as possible, like to extend the grid out rather than starting a new one everywhere. And let's see. Where's a truck stop? Truck station. Kind of like a top perspective here. Those are all foundations. Let's put gentle ramps here for trucks. There's some space back there to sort stuff. We could also do all that sorting behind the wall. Okay, let's count on that. Need encased industrial beams. Okay. Hadn't quite planned on doing it this way, but we'll give it a try. I do want to make more use of vehicles than I did in my previous build. Just for the challenge of it. You really don't need this many motors. You're really not getting this many motors. You're not getting very many. Because we're using rotors in smart plating again. So we're not making motors as quickly anymore. Alright, well, we'll address that in a second. I see. That's backed up. Oh, that's disconnected. Okay, well, they can't stay disconnected forever. Iron rods are the limiting reagent. Let's help you out a little bit with what we have. Okay, back up here to our truck. Check that out. Crafting bench. Okay, this will let us put some fuel in. Such as we have for the moment. And let's give driving it a try. Oh yeah, this is better able to deal with ups and downs. Not perfectly, but certainly better than before. That's too shallow of a ramp to be practical. Need more concrete. Okay. All right, we'll come back for that in a moment. In fact, let's make sure I always have. I do not need to be carrying quite this many reinforced iron plates, I don't think. Okay, stream failed on your end, but now I'm back. Okay, that's all right. Leave that out of the way here. Let's see. Okay, how does this do navigating this set of ramps? Okay, that's pretty reasonable. Yeah, okay. Let's keep on doing our test drive. Still slightly hazardous. And the big question is, will this truck even fit through the mountain passes that I would like to travel through? For example, over here is relatively flat. But we start getting into some narrow gaps. That very big guy doing up there? Are you actually guarding anything up here? There's nothing to protect. Except the way into that area, I guess. Which is a valuable resource in itself. There's a pass. Oh yeah, that's a chonky guy. Which means he will probably come back. But we can worry about that a little later. Let's put you here. Maybe a little wider. Basically just making a road here. Okay, let's make sure we can drive on it. Where's my truck? There it is. Bit of a slope to deal with. Not perfect, but maybe we can make it work. Especially if we can pull into a truck station like here. Okay. That's starting to make more sense. So suppose... Do I even need a foundation here? I'm not sure I do. I'm just gonna put a truck station here. And we'll be prepared to use that once we can really package fuel properly, which we can't quite do yet because we can't really make fuel yet. But let's at least get this started. Got plenty of plastic and rubber here. There. Okay, so let's use our friendly splitters again. Okay, and now over here. We could clean up that clipping later if we wanted. I mean, in future, I probably don't want my storage boxes to be here. I would want them closer to my main base. But this will do for now. That's not what I wanted. Okay, so we're gonna have both plastic and rubber flowing into here. In fact, let's pull these out just a little bit so we can get a little more space for fuel to come in gracefully. Okay. Well, let's see if we can start recording a path. Actually, let's drive back home, make sure our other truck station is managed the right way, and then we can record a path. In so doing, we can test this setup a little better. Oh, look at that. It's a nice two-direction road. This is tricky. I think I need to do the turn on this plateau. And make it a little wider when I can. It'll be better once that's out of the way. But maybe even just having this here is better. since I don't really need to worry about flipping into things. Let's try this with a less steep ramp. That's a little problematic. Is there another better way I could go? I think if I'm just careful of the dunes, I'll be all right. Now this station needs to be set to unload. And we'll be able to get rubber and plastic from here. But before we do that, let's see how our motors are doing. Because petroleum power is part of this whole truck setup. Of course, I've had to use some motors for things. Okay, we need to increase our rotor production more. Got 2 machines making rotors. Not quite getting enough iron rods still. These are our machines making iron rods. We could extend this floor out a little further, I think. That would clip slightly, but this wouldn't even clip. You're just clipping with that power line, which really should be moved up here anyway. Boy, this is a tangle. Alright, well, you make iron rods. And we'll feed in iron ingots. This belt is looking a little full, so let's speed it up a little bit. Okay, now that's getting more iron rods. Which means we're getting more rotors, which means we can get more motors. In preparation for piping rubber into here, let's add this. And let's go under. That's ready for us now. And over here, we're going to be bringing plastic and rubber into the same place, which means we need to separate them. Those are the outports. I think I want to line these up a little better. Let's go ahead and put those there for now. Can I stand like right on this wall? Yes. Okay, and the truck station then. Oh, I need to get rid of the truck. Move aside, please. Thank you. Those are looking like they line up. Let's move this over just a little bit. Yeah, that lines up. That's good enough for our purposes. So let's put in a smart splitter. Out the right, you will have rubber. Actually, no, we're gonna need another belt in that direction. Yeah, this is okay. So out the right, we want rubber. There. Anything out the center. This needs to go in the second slot up. So it should be plastic out the top. And now we can run these wheresoever we need to. And we'll go ahead and build the rubber line first. Be another one of these basement projects. Right past the copper mine. Looks kind of familiar. Alright, so once we actually have rubber coming into that area, we should get it here. For now, we're getting marginally more motors. Just encourage this a little bit. Alright, once we get a few more motors, we'll be able to unlock petroleum power, and then we'll actually have a better position to get trucks going. Okay, we will also need a place for electronics. Let's do that later. For Now, let's get these motors into here.
Milestone reached. It is my honor and privilege to inform you that the fuel-powered generator, as well as the industrial fluid buffer, are now available. Due to a lack of gold in your sector, Petroleum will serve as a suitable replacement to construct the fuel-powered generator. Your research into this element was valuable. In fact, you in particular are my most valuable pioneer, but don't tell the others I said that, it would be bad for morale.
Is this because I was the only one to survive landing? I'm not actually all that interested in trains. Especially considering how many motors we'd need just to research it. Nothing else is super critical at the moment, so let's just keep our attention on manufacturing the next things that we need and getting fuel and fuel power set up. So, our first fuel power generator, we actually don't necessarily need to set this up immediately. What I'm more interested in is packaging. Where's the packager? Requires some plastic, some steel. Okay, here's the packager. We just need the one. And we'll need some plastic for that, which is fine, because guess what? We're making plastic in the same place we'll be making fuel. Speaking of fuel, we can make that out of we can use that to make residual fuel. We can also just straight up make it from crude oil, but we would need to deal with the polymer resin. So I'd rather do it with residual fuel for now. But let's count on making at least a couple more refineries, which means we're going to need more motors. Hello? There we go. Got steel beams over here. Alright, that's not a bad pace of making motors at this point. Almost got as many as we need. Thank you. Yoink. One more, please. Yoink. But at this point, as soon as we start actually getting rubber into here, as soon as it starts making the modular engines, those can go straight into the space elevator. So, let's just make sure we're set up for that. Doesn't need to be fast. Never even especially tidy. This is fine. Oh, but we could add it to the top of this stack. Yes, let's do that. I don't know if I was originally planning on something else for this top layer, but I'm fine with using it for this. Okay. Doesn't matter which order these go in. So let's test this out. We've got some rubber on us. Let's put... put this on the belt. And see if we eventually get some motors out of it. Or some modular engines out of it. And let's try... recording a path. Ah. That any directive is a problem. In the center, I want just plastic. That's better. It's an okay way to go. Don't think it's a good way to go. I'm not sure I'd call that fawning exactly. Okay, but let's go over this way. That's tricky. Raider's back. You are set to load. You did not do so, however. There we go. Okay. We'll handle that in a bit. For now, what's this? Oh, we've got some rubber in there. Let's get rid of that. What's our power situation actually like? Pretty decent. And this has got at least as much residue as it needs. Are these backed up at all? No. This is probably... This looks fine. Okay, then. So let's build a refinery here. Where's that one getting its power from? Somewhere over there. Okay. That's fine. You can make fuel. And this fuel needs to go into a packager. And right now all of this space is being taken up by petroleum coke stuff. So, let's put in... Let's figure out which way I want this to go. Packager is going to be kind of a side project. Excuse me. I think I'm going to change this up later. But for now... I think I'm gonna need a pump on that. Yeah, this is kind of a mess. This isn't even running. This is full. have to be very careful standing on this thing. All right, step one. Eventually these are going away because we're going to just be using fuel to power plants out here. So I think anything I set up here I need to think of as temporary. That said, let's put this here, and this here. Just use one pipe's worth of stuff for now. Don't care about clipping. Let's actually put these in. How big is a packager, actually? Not very big. So let's actually line it up with the power plants. And this needs plastic as well. But that's actually the easy part because we've got it right here. You make packaged fuel. Oh, you don't need plastic. You need empty canisters. Fine, fine. Makes sense like that. If you must. I suppose we need a constructor for that. Yep. And then we'll just run this up and over. More or less straight aside from going up. It's not even going up by enough, but this is temporary. It will do for now. You have enough fuel. As soon as you get empty canisters, you can start packaging them. Okay. And now that can come around this way. Where shall I put this? This is actually pretty useful stuff. And that goes over here. And we'll just run this over. Let's get you a conveyor lift because it's cool. There, now that makes all the sense in the world. You don't need to run on solid biofuel anymore because as soon as packaged fuel comes in, you can just run on that. Aha, and we are getting modular engines. So as soon as we can start bringing over some more rubber on a more regular basis, we can get more of them. Excellent. Okay, and are you picking that up automatically? Yes, you are. Alright, we're going to want more plastic in that case, but I knew we were going to want more plastic anyway because that is simply the way of things. Press F to load cargo into truck. Maybe it doesn't want me to do that because I've done it already. There you go. All right, let's try this again. Let's not go too fast. Let's not even go over this bridge exactly, because it'll be a little less steep if we go around this way. This is unpowered. Let's see. Hello, Ashian. You love Satisfactory but could never get past the first stage? You feel like you would break down due to OCD? Oh my. Well, there's definitely a lot going on. I would definitely have spent a lot more time getting even this far if I wanted everything to look perfect, or if I spent a lot of time doing the math to make things work out properly. Well, not properly exactly, but perfectly. Okay, unload. Start recording. Do you still remember the rest of the path from before? Doesn't look like it, so let's try managing the whole thing again. Not what I would have preferred. It's not even very long of a route. But you gotta be so careful with it. That definitely doesn't need to line up very well. Okay, there's our waypoints. We're doing okay. And we've got plenty of fuel here. move up our ramp again. And follow more or less the same path to get back home. And I don't usually use vehicles even to this degree, so this is a big deal for me. Okay, I can now save the path. If I enable autopilot, is that enough? I see you pausing here at the truck station. Let's see. Oh dear. Caps lock. Petroleum path. Okay, it's selected as this vehicle's current path, and the autopilot is enabled. So. Do I have to get out of it first? Oh. Careful. Yes, off it goes. Let's make sure it's working properly. I have no idea if the weight of what's in the truck is tracked or if it matters. It seems to be having some trouble pathing. What it's doing is finding its way from one waypoint to the next. Let's see. Let's see how you do. Oh, are we gonna kill the confusing creature with our vehicles? That's unfortunate. Oh well. I'm gonna steal some fuel from here and use it to fuel my Explorer. Race ya. Because once we're back over here, one thing we really need to do... Let's park you up here. Hey, here it comes! One thing we need to do is make sure we have a place to put all this plastic, because otherwise we're going to back ourselves up. There's nothing I'm doing with it quite yet, but we'll just put it somewhere. We'll just get a big old bin and put it in. Alright, well, we're certainly getting tons of this. More than we can deal with, apparently. Make sure we've got nice, fast belts to deal with all this. Whatever we might need plastic or rubber for anywhere, we've got tons of it now. But we're gonna need even more tons of it, so... that's okay. Need more steel beams. Very well. We've got tons of those somewhere. And I may have to upgrade the top half separately. No, that's... yes, I think I do. Okay, this thing is backed up on smart plating. Smart plating has filled up this entire belt, which means we're not going to be using quite as many rotors for smart plating, which means we can use more of them for motors. This is a good thing. Okay, and we're creating what we need to. All right, well, next thing to make is heavy modular frames. And for that, we need... I've written this down on paper, which is why I can just say so without looking it up. We need modular frames, steel pipes, encased industrial beams, and many, many, many screws. So, luckily we've got encased industrial beams right here. Let's set up another manufacturer. Let's get ready for that. We're gonna need motors. And regular modular frames. I can still interact with the bin even though I'm sliding away. That's fun. Now we're also probably going to want to start generating more concrete for this to get more industrial beams. And you know what? Let's put our encased industrial beams up there. Run these over. Let's just give ourselves a big floor. Why not? Spread these out a little bit. Actually, no. Let's do what we did here. Since encased industrial beams are going into this, we'll make it simple. There we go. You are going to be making heavy modular frames, which means you're going to need encased industrial beams. You're not going to start bringing things in till you're powered on, so let's make sure you know what you're getting. We're also going to need steel pipes, regular modular frames, and many, many, many screws. Okay, that's emptied out. Let's see. Modular frames. So we gotta bring them from all the way over here. Now, last I checked, this was a supply line for modular frames. It's going into the versatile frameworks, which means we can just split off from here, go off that way. In fact, there's even a ready-made splitter here. Now, what it does mean is I'll have to move things up by one. the sort of thing I have done before. Can also just move the cable down by one. That's probably better. Let's remember where it's going. Actually, no, let's... put it there. Is this where you were going? Yeah, cables and stators. We're gonna need to start that up again someday, but not right now. Slight mess here. I don't know why the foundations always get angled a bit as they're being brought in. Let's not use the stackable ones just at the moment. Where are you going? You're going over here. Maybe that was a job for the basement, but we can make it pretty later if we want to. That's going to take a lot of modular frames, so let's leave that for the moment. For now, we need steel pipes, and honestly, it would be very easy to just split them off from here. That's a Mark II, let's remember that. Okay, there's steel pipes. And the last thing we need is lots of screws. And for this, what I really want is to go to the area that we have set aside for screws in particular and pull screws off from there not using the same pipeline as the rest of our screws. Or at least... Yeah, because at the moment, this isn't backed up, but it could be if production were increased. And part of me kind of wants to do that. Right now, we've really just got one machine making screws here. But I've set this up so we could have a lot more. Okay, you're working now. You can get your power from this. You please make cast screws. And this one, let's merge in with the other. But not the third one. The third one, let's send off the other way. Or rather... yeah. Actually, no, let's give you a little more space. Oh dear. Okay, once this empties out, these two will just send screws as they can. And when we do something similar over here, you will also make cast screws. Let's put a belt going the opposite direction here. And you can head off in this direction. And this can come this way. I may have to lift these up later to account for vehicles, but this is fine for now. Oh. Mark II will do for the moment. Let's do another basement lift. Look at all those steel pipes. No problem. Floor hole. Meow. Here come screws. And now on this side, for now, let's just make sure these have a box to go in. We will need infinite quantities of them soon enough, but not yet. Okay, it's getting screws. It needs 120 of them to make anything, but it's also getting modular frames really slowly too, so we don't have to worry about that. Now, what we might want to be more interested in is the fact that we've got screws coming in from this direction twice as fast as before. Which means we don't necessarily need so many screw machines over here. Or at least that we can maybe speed things up. Ah. Are they? No, they're not a limiting reagent here, just barely. How about over here? Slightly. Let's bring in even faster belts. Alright, that's not a problem anymore. Now, in terms of rotors, we do in fact want to be sending some of them into storage, just because we do use them for some building. That's a merger, but let's make it into a splitter instead. Just to make sure we're saving some for building. Reinforced iron plates are now a limiting reagent for modular frames. Okay. Not getting enough screws. Okay. Ain't that always the way? Looks like it's time to make even more of them over here then. Boy, I didn't realize the screw zone was so far away. I guess we're just being fed by this one mine. We can smelt way more stuff, though. Clearly. So let's add them in this direction. Can we line you up nicely? There you go. Oh, that's why these weren't so close together. Because the constructors can't be quite that close together. Smelter. How'd that get turned around? You can make cast screws, and we'll prepare to send them off in this direction. Alright, that's even more screws added to this mess. So now, what we really need is an electronics area. Because we need a place to make circuit boards. There's going to be a brief gap in screw supplies because we were just fiddling around with those. Let's logistics lift mark 4. There you go. It's looking better now. That's looking better. How are these looking? Still a little bit backed up. Takes them a little bit of time to get constructing again after they've been forced to pause. Let's see if they catch up with the next wave. Not quite. It is running faster than before, so let's make sure we can get our electronics going. Let's see. We need to make circuit boards. We need copper sheets and plastic for that. And I've established a place where I'm bringing plastic in, right under the space elevator. I'm gonna need a lot of cable as well. So let's go to that spot and see what the closest source of copper is. Speaking of which, how's this area doing? Getting a fair amount of plastic piling up. It's also stuck here because not all of it is actually getting... Rubber is not all getting taken away and used. So we need two things. One is we need storage for rubber. Stack these up a little bit. Now this can be a regular splitter. This goes straight through. Okay, new plan. New plan. Hello, truck. Okay, now we can split that off into big storage. Plastic can go where it belongs, which means we don't run the risk of plastic backing up here. Did you just bring rubber this time? That's all right. Maybe all our plastic's getting used to make empty containers. Not certain of that. Alright, but all of those are getting handled. So, where is copper? Most of it is being tapped already. Okay. There's some past there. I am sending in lots of wire that's not necessarily all getting used. So I've already got copper coming into this place. And I can make more use of what's already here. So maybe this is already fairly well set up. In that case... Also got this iron over here that's been tapped, but it's not getting used at any fast speed. That's a little strange. All right, but copper's getting sent in that way. Where does that split off from other things? That's a split. And all this adaptive wiring doesn't need to be here anymore. Let's clean that up first. Or advanced wiring. I don't even always remember what it's called. The point is, it's not going directly into the space elevator anymore. So it doesn't need to be here. Although, no, we will want that in our electronics area. So let's not pull it out entirely. What's this? Bauxite? That's just been sitting here this whole time? We don't actually need it yet. And Ada's got nothing to say about it, probably because we don't need to do any specific research for it. We'll just learn how to use it when it's time to do so. But all right, let's put the electronics place maybe over on this hill. What's over there? There's more copper that way. Kind of a ways off, but we could make use of it. There's the truck. All right, well, let's put electronics out here. And in fact, just because I can, let's extend the grid. That's high enough. All right, so over here we're going to want plastic and copper sheets. We're also already making AI limiters kind of on the other side. Caterium's over there. We're already sending copper sheets that way. I was kind of hoping to make better use of that. Let's look at what's over there. All this iron's here. It's not like we're doing anything too involved over there. So yeah, let's start things up over here. So first of all, we're going to need to bring plastic over here. In a way that makes sense. Preferably in a way that makes sense. Rubber's being brought out this way. Okay, well now that that's been routed out. Right, that's why those were there. We may need more doors in future, but let's work these out for now. Rubber's headed off that way. Is this a Mark II belt? Okay, so now we have rubber and plastic going out those ways. I think we should flip them. Rubber here. Plastic here, make it pretty later. Plastic. I'm not sure why it's complaining about clipping there. But let's bring it up here. And we're going to need both copper sheets and plastic. And other things too. Okay, cable and copper sheets are both copper things. So let's... put a single wall here for plastic. A wall with 2 spots for copper things, which will come later. This Mark III belt can go here. This is just kind of to keep things organized. And we'll start making circuit boards. Where is... okay, got assemblers here. Let's start putting them in a line here. I think I'm gonna want to make more than one of these ultimately. So let's leave some space. Oh, I want to see... oh, it has already gone. And whatever's in there is already off and away. Okay. That is fine. You shall make circuit boards. You're getting plastic. Now you need copper sheets. I don't think we're making a huge number of those. We're storing them up here. Yeah, we really just got the one machine making them. That's gonna be a problem. More copper sheets, please. Okay, I don't mind if my personal stash is taken from just half of the total supply, because I'm clearly not burning through it very fast. So those things are headed off that way, and we need some to be headed off this way. What's on this belt here? It's something we're not making very fast. It's the modular engines. That's okay. Let's plan on another constructor, at least one more. And let's set what it's supposed to do first, just so I remember. Put you here. And then this way can head off in the other direction. Okay, you will make circuit boards as soon as sheets start coming in. To start with, those can just go in a bin, as usual. And okay, circuit boards. How are you doing? You're bringing stuff. Everything you're bringing is getting used. I have kind of abandoned my storage, though. Under here is not the right place anymore. And I need more concrete. All right. Fair enough. There's some more. One thing we can do is just observe where rubber is actually getting used and put that bin there. Oh, look at that. Modular frames are the limiting reagent, and that means this entire belt is backed up. Let's try something else. Just for now, let's put a smart splitter up here. Out the left side, we will send screws. And out the right side, we will send overflow. All right, that should help. Don't want any of our screw producing powers being wasted. Meanwhile, rubber is coming in here and coming up through the floor. Where's a nice convenient place to intercept it? Maybe here, right before it goes in. It's just annoying that none of these have a nice grid for putting stuff on. And now I need iron plates. Good chance to check on these machines. How are you doing? You're getting enough screws. Are you getting enough screws? Not quite. Our tribulations continue. Let's see, I have some leaves I can chuck aside. We're sending in about as many screws as we can. This little section is turning into a bottleneck again. And this is backed up as well. So you know what? Let's... We're sorting rubber and plastic off into their separate belts here. Ooh, what are you getting? Okay, respectable amounts. That will store plastic. I think I'm gonna have to move that to the side. Good enough. Okay, well, at this point, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I have enough rubber. 1, 2, 3, 4. Not quite enough plastic to just chuck into our milestone. So let's go do that. Might as well. There. It's almost all that. How are heavy modular frames doing? Modular engines need more motors, not surprising. You need more modular frames. reinforced iron plates are the sticking point. You're getting enough screws, but the next one down the line... Oh, yep, you're getting enough as well. Alright, well things are a little slower than I'd like, but let's keep on making sure that we can at least build all the right things. Such as... got all these copper sheets coming in. We are now making circuit boards. Quite a lot of them, actually. That is good. So now we need to make computers. Because what else are you going to do with a bunch of circuit boards? How's our power looking? Still okay. Don't need to make any refineries right now. Need plastic for a manufacturer. Okay. And if I don't have much of it, it means it's time to start scaling up production over at the other place. Luckily, we do have enough. Surface is too uneven. That's fine. Okay, I actually need to take a quick break, so I will leave you with this lovely view of things. Clear stuff out of my hands so that you won't have to look at it. And I'll be back in a few minutes. Okay, I am back. This will churn out more circuit boards as soon as it gets more plastic. So we need to churn out more plastic as soon as we can. For now, it's time to start making computers. It's time to start using something else that we haven't had access to yet. Let's see if we can go buy it. Yeah, that's a little bit of plastic, but it's nowhere near the volumes we're gonna need. Luckily, our petroleum area is very expandable. Here's our tickets. I mined up some bauxite that I don't need to be carrying around. Can I make the protein inhalers yet? Do I need to make those at the equipment shop? I thought I... Yes. Just need barrel nuts and protein. Okay. Let's go ahead and make some of that. Do I have something I can just set up to make protein? Could set up this. Especially since I've got tons of spitter remains. We just keep killing them. Okay, more on that later. First of all, let's swing by the awesome shop. Do we have wall power outlets? Thank you. Can I get any more of these right now? Just 3. That is fine. Don't need that. Let's see. Oh, I've got wood too. I could put that in the bin. Okay. Let's just put the tickets back in there. Make a bunch more of these. How high do these stack? Better than carrying all these barrel nuts around. Wow, okay, that's a lot. You can just get stored in there. Okay, where were we? That's right. I went and unlocked the wall power outlets because those are useful. All right. So now we can put double wall outlets on here. So if I put this wall outlet here, instead of running things through this pole, actually let's put it in the corner. Run you to this corner. Now we can run power through the wall. You will make computers. Out of circuit boards, cable, and plastic. So regarding plastic, let's actually take this out. Put a splitter here. That's a Mark III. That's in the way of that power pole, but that's all right. Let's move circuit board storage. It can line up with the manufacturers. How did this get so turned around? How is it so easy to keep doing that? Okay, you've got circuit boards, you've got plastic, you just need cable. Luckily, we do have rather large amounts of cable. Case in point. Which is the way in? That's the way in. Can I stand on top of this? Yes. Let's move this back just a smidge. Okay. One more. And now let's send cable off in 2 directions. Can we move this over just a smidge? Remember that it's lined up here, but give it just a little more room on this end. Okay. So now Bring this over here. Just leave it a nightmare for the time being. As long as all the right stuff is getting to the right places. Okay, now that it's up here... Honestly, I'd rather make this a basement job. The basement strategy is working well for us. That's more cable. There we go. That gets brought in here. All right, all we need to do now is scale up the amount of plastic we're making, and then we'll have computers. Here comes some plastic now. And once some of that cable comes in, taking its time. Uh-oh, what are you attached to? I just tried to build it on top of the old floor, that's all. Alright, so computers will need to be stored, and they will also need to go into adaptive control units. Okay, once we ramp up the amount of plastic, we should be able to make computers fairly quickly. But I need more plastic just to make another manufacturer, so I think it's time to head back to the plastic area and make some more refineries. Oh, I increased the number of manufacturers I wanted. Alright, well, the madness has certainly increased around here, but we have got as many motors as we need. That's all working. How are we doing for heavy modular frames? Where are those going? Those are just going into this bin. We have 11 of them. Alright, that's progress. Now let me check by the man too, because there's something which I have not unlocked yet, which I would really like to. Now that we're making a bunch of useful stuff, but slowly. Caterium, more power poles, priority power switch. All that stuff requires high-speed connectors, which we do not have yet. Geothermal generator. Also a good thing, but not what we need. Quartz. Yes, radio signal scanning. We want lots of motors, which is actually feasible now, and we want the crystal oscillators, which we can actually make and could just make here. Since we don't need them in any industrial capacity yet. Need lots of cable, apparently. Okay, you know what? That's slow. Let's do that later. Let's go find my car. Kind of boxed you in, haven't I? Whee! Whee! The confusing creature survives for now. I have to make sure to park out of the path of the truck. Like here. Alright, packaged fuel is not a problem at all. Got tons of it. How's this all doing? This place is quite honestly gonna be backed up if we don't start turning this on. It's getting no power. Alright. We'll let that run for a while. Let's run this out. Okay, let's put in another refinery for plastic. Those are the same distance apart. So let's hook up everything that we need. You know, like this. Do you just not like that I have a power line in the way? Is this the right place? No. I think I have to move the power pole. Missing iron rods. Oh boy. All right. I guess I used them up making other things. Where's iron? Not far. Not a bad little area. Oh, this is pure iron even. I'm hearing skittery noises. Vehicles have built-in crafting benches. Somehow I have I have these frameworks in my inventory. 1246 is the total number in the elevator. I'll have to... Oh, it's going up. Okay, so they are still going in properly. Just somehow I managed to pick some up at some point. Okay, anything... Let's just... repower anything that needs repowering. That's on... That's on the wrong side. You need to be over here. with the other plastic and rubber refineries. Okay. You will make plastic. But you are considered to have no power. Okay. You need a merger. And plastic goes on top. And this needs to be pipeline junction. And we need crude oil coming in this way. There you go. More plastic. And let's speed this up because we can. I'm going to snag some of this fuel as well. And can we put in another one of these? I think we can. Pipelines. another junction. And you are going to need power. There's even more plastic. How's our power doing? Starting to get close to limit. However, we can start building fuel power plants now. That's a good thing. And with just a few more minutes, let's see if we can make those adaptive control units. Not actually transporting all that much, I guess. I guess we just loaded the stuff into the truck, so... we shall see. We haven't changed the amount of rubber we're using, just plastic. Whoa! You were not dead, you were just stunned. Explains why I couldn't loot you. Oh, it's you again, too. This is needlessly cruel of me. That stinger's annoying, but they might not ignore you in vehicles, actually, but I can outrun it. I should probably just let that loot sit there. I don't want to be taking up space on the path this truck is using. Whee! Okay, we're making these. And computers, we're making those as plastic comes in. No, I meant to add this to the to-do list so I can remember what to pick up. Nope. Edit the to-do list. There. Okay, modular frames first. Is there any way to adjust a route marker without affecting the entire route? That is the million-dollar question. I don't think so. We can take a look later. Where are these versatile frameworks being made? Because I have a couple in my inventory for some unknown reason, and they don't need to be here. They can go into the space elevator. There's the screws again. Let's see if I can interact with these things. Oh, press E to edit this node. Delete the node to edit the path of the vehicle. Alright, well, so I could do that, but I don't know if there's any good way to add nodes to account for whichever ones I've taken away. Those are circuit boards. That's right, I put the storage bins down here. Let's see, and these will need automated wiring, heavy modular frames, circuit boards, and computers. So, computers first. We'll need to branch those off as well, but we can maybe do that later. Actually, let's move this over by one. Here's your circuit boards. Yes. Computers. Now you need heavy modular frames and automated wiring. Now the automated wiring, I think we're carrying some from when we dismantled some other stuff. Yeah, we're carrying tons of it. To a somewhat ridiculous degree. But we're gonna need to ship it in. Let's do basement connections again. Just working out so well. Let's see. Heavy modular frames and automated wiring. Okay. I did not delete the path for automated wiring entirely. Let's come out this far. Go. Okay, now I just need the heavy modular frames. Might be a way to reduce minor zigzagging. Yeah, that could definitely help with that sort of thing if it became an issue. Okay, heavy modular frames are over here. Modular frames are still your limiting reagent. I need iron plates. Oh, and there's something else I'd like to do. Now that I have actual fuel on me, I'm gonna put this back in here. Because I think oh, I didn't take... Can't use this for that? Is it still running off this? Because I could have sworn... There we go. That loads the fuel in. Right. Iron plates. Okay, you go over there. I also need more iron rods. Ran out of those again, which makes sense. I didn't exactly get a whole stack of them before. Still don't seem to have any kind of cable shortage. Where is my bin for those things? I don't even remember. Maybe it was over here. Yeah. What's in the top one then? Oh, screws. Huh, okay. I guess I do need those occasionally. Still use more concrete for that, but it's not as though we're really hurting for it for what we need to do. We're hurting in other ways. crisscross this over. It's fine. More iron plates. All right. I guess that is an awful lot of slow conveyor belts. Meanwhile, let's make sure that... one reason that we're not actually using our cable very much is that we're not actually making automated wiring right now. That, of course, needs to change. And it provides me a convenient way to get rid of the extra here. Okay, now I'm not carrying it anymore. That filled up again in a hurry. All right, so as soon as this thing starts getting some heavy modular frames, which may be a while, it'll start making adaptive control units, and those can go into the space elevator. And then we will at least have in progress all of the things that we need for the next phase. Make sure I'm not going to get in my truck's way at all. Let's see, I have 3 ports on this side. I think there are more ports somewhere. Maybe on the other side? Yeah, they're over there. That's not going to help us. Yeah, we need to be very careful to leave enough room for the truck. In fact, let's just go around. Leave room for the Explorer there. Lifestyles of the truly ridiculous. All right, at this point, finally, all of the things we need for Phase 3 can be manufactured. The catch is that these things will generally be made pretty slowly. Where even is a heavy modular frame? Here comes one of them. So as soon as that thing gets all the way to the manufacturer, then we'll have our first adaptive control unit. But that is very good progress. That's a lot of stuff that we had to set up today, plus all this futzing around with the vehicle. We'll see how that works out in the long term. Let's wait till it comes back one more time and see what kind of a load it drops off. Oh, here it comes. So, what you gonna bring in? Alright. Still only a tiny amount of what it could be bringing. Just a couple of stacks. But that's something. Specifically, it's a lot of plastic. Or at least halfway reasonable amounts for what we need to be doing. Of course, this is only getting so many circuit boards as well, and that's gated behind plastic, it looks like. Yeah, so that'll increase those numbers. Here comes our solitary heavy modular frame. So it's rolling. Let's see. Let's build another lookout tower over in this corner so we can get a good look at this area plus the rest of the factory beyond it. Up we go. This is a pretty good photo, actually, especially if I can catch it as a computer goes in, but I seem to have missed the bus on that one, as it were. It certainly reflects what we're doing. Oh, this is actually running. There it goes. Is it possible to put multiple trucks on the same loop? I believe so, if we just load the route from one truck into another. Not that we need to at this point, and in fact, this route would not be very good for it because it's got some places where the route goes in both directions through a narrow pass. Alright, let's watch this thing come out. There it is! It's our first adaptive control unit. Hot off the presses. Let's take a picture because it's so great. Actually, Actually, let's stand on the belt. That's a better view. So it'll come all the way around the truck station, all the way into here. All right, well, that was massive progress for one day. So I think next time we can certainly do some work to speed things up, but we can also take advantage of this just running time to go and explore stuff. So we'll see how much of each makes sense for us to do. It would certainly make sense to scale up production of basic stuff, but we'll, especially if we can start scanning for hard drives, that would be a really good chance to just run around exploring the world while stuff gets made, because hard drives are all over the place, and I've identified some recipes that will be especially helpful. So we can begin that hopefully soon. So let's see who's around to raid. Let's see. Salford Sal is playing Stellaris, building an interstellar empire of some sort. So let's go say hi, and I will see you all next week for more Satisfactory and during the week for Slipstream. Thank you all so much for joining me, and I'll see you next time.